who I assume you're going to call first. Is he just introducing the songs?
No, Your Honor. He's already introduced the jail calls that he, and the state was going to call Mr. Springfield and say, Mr. Springfield, last year, there's some jail calls that you introduced? Yes.
Okay.
Play the jail calls.
Okay. And that'll take about how long, you think?
I believe that would take about 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay. And then we'll move to investigator Viverito?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after that, you'll tender Mr. Kendrick's plea?
I do not believe that, I believe that would happen either after investigator Viverito is complete or I guess while she's on the stand, but not questions pertaining to.
Okay, I just need to know when to.
It will not be this morning. I do not foresee.
Okay. I mean, I've got the instruction ready.
And Your Honor, when the court, I believe there's one matter regarding filming that the parties could approach.
Okay.
Your Honor, and I'm sorry, this has been a long trial, so I don't know the date. But when Investigator Viverito, when we had the Dahlberg hearing related to her coming in as an expert, we, the defense, have repeatedly requested the training materials and other materials that she generated for use. We need those in our cross-examination of her. At the time of the Dahlberg hearing, we were not provided with that. Mr. Harvey said...
What do you mean by training materials?
She testified that she develops a training course, and that in that course she trains other law enforcement on gang investigation. And so we wanted the materials from that course because we believe that we need those in our cross-examination of her. You know, and of course I come from a civil background where I'm used to getting all kinds of information with regard to experts testifying, and we haven't received an expert report from her. Which
Because one doesn't exist.
That's
and
true,
if
one doesn't exist.
One does not have to be created.
True, and I'm not disagreeing with the court, but certainly training materials that she uses does exist. We've asked for it. We've not been provided with it.
When's the last time y'all brought that up to the state that, hey, we still need those things?
I cannot tell you, but we've repeatedly asked for them over the course of the last year, Your Honor. And we were told by the previous court that at some point that may become, actually, what did the court say? It might be something that may need to be tendered at that point or brought up if does come in as an expert. We're at the point now where she's being presumably brought in to testify as some combination of fact witness and expert witness. So we still don't have those materials, Your Honor. I don't have an issue with her testifying as a fact witness.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, we've had Investigator Viverito has been on the state's witness list for weeks and weeks, and the time to have brought up, oh, hey, we don't have the training materials yet, would have been sometime before when she's probably already here. And if she doesn't have them in her bag, because nobody's reminded her, she's not probably going to be able to access them unless she can maybe do it electronically. I don't mind asking Mr. Adkins to either himself or have one of his investigators step out to wherever she is and see if she could access anything electronically and provide it. But if she can't, you know, it's kind of understandable right now since we didn't give her a heads up anytime recently, even though we knew she was going to be testifying, to search your files and find them.
I understand, Your Honor. So if maybe they could do an additional request and maybe it will come up, maybe it won't. If she is allowed to testify as an expert, though, I would ask the court to follow the previous court's order that there's a bifurcation of her factual testimony from her expert testimony in order to prevent confusion to the jury. There was also an instruction that the previous court had come up with. I will endeavor to find it. That was to be read to the jury prior to her testifying at, this is, by the way, not specific to her. It was all the witnesses that were in the dual,
Okay, well, I'm not sure that it's 100% feasible to say, okay, for, you know, this set of questions, it's one thing, and for the next set, it's another. But I will instruct the state to instruct her, or in the way you ask your questions, make it clear to the jury, all right, at this point, I'm asking you your expert opinion about whatever it is you may ask.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I mean, to the extent that you can separate them, do, but I mean, there may be times when she's saying, you know, here's some social media post, and then, for instance, she might need to testify because I've got this background in gangs, I know that this particular emoji means something or another.
So is the previous court's order no longer in effect about the statement that's to be read?
No, I'm trying to say how it practically needs to be implemented. And if you want to provide me with whatever instruction you're talking about, I'll take a look and.
Okay. And then again, I'm going to, because of what the court just said, that I 1,000% agree with the court that it's very difficult to handle this dual witness, and it is why I objected to witnesses in this dual role. There's plenty of case law that goes against it, but I'm going to maintain an objection to a witness testifying in the dual role as an expert and a fact witness, Your Honor. Just like a continuing objection on that.
All right, well, I think it happens fairly frequently. And she was qualified as an expert, right? I mean, y'all got a ruling after the Daubert hearing, right?
I believe that's correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's what I thought. All right, anything else? I don't know if we have the jury ready yet or not. They should be, it's 9, but I'll have to check on that. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I believe Deputy Sprinkle was right outside. I'm just gonna go double check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't know if Investigator Viverito is here or not yet, but can somebody get word to her to try to find her training materials?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, jury's not ready, okay. All right, did y'all find out any additional information about those couple of items? You were gonna try to either find out like who the people were, or there were a couple where you were gonna try to find out the date it got posted. Do we know the answers to those things?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Abate, did you get a chance to check the sound so that we at least believe it's going to be working right when Mr. Sprinkle?
Yes, we checked it last time.
All right, great, thanks.
Last time.
Good.
See if the rain lessens.
Who knows?
I want to know if he followed through on his promise to narrow down the number of calls.
I did.
All right. Can't wait to see that.
Mr. Abadi always fulfills his promise.
Instead of an hour and 20 minutes, probably should be 25.
Okay.
Bless you.
Judge, just thinking forward while we have a minute, I was thinking forward about what we were talking about happening in the near future. And regarding directed verdict motions.
Right.
I think it may be, we have obviously a lot of
Evidence.
evidence in this paper.
Yep.
If I could request the state, and maybe the court ask the state too, typically, my understanding is with each witness they've made, that they presented, they've made PowerPoints of the evidence that they're seeking to admit, and generally, we've complained when it hasn't happened, but generally they've given it to us before the witness testified. They've given us a hard copy.
Okay.
If I was just thinking last night, if the state could forward all those PowerPoints of the evidence that's been admitted to all parties, if they have them in the PowerPoint still, that may help everyone in kind of formulating and getting to the bottom of what's in evidence, as opposed to digging through this before Monday or Tuesday or whenever we.
Okay, but y'all are going to have to, or we even, are going to have to dig through,
We are.
as you say, the evidence anyway, because we're going to have to sort out what goes out with the
We are.
jury and what doesn't. But I'm sure the state will be happy to do that to the extent they have those available. Thank you.
We'll put them on a jump drive.
Great, and if you can provide that to the court as well.
Of course, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Judge, I believe, and I'll let Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein look through. I think I took almost all of the ones out that we spoke about that we didn't know the origin, except for one.
Okay.
It was a video where the name of the profile, or the Instagram profile, is Shell_Haiti44, and I did determine it was taken from speaking with Investigator Viverito on April 1st of 2022. So during that time period, right after the Drinks murder, and but if she she told me who it was. It's slipping my mind, and she's right outside, so I can go ask her about that and her training materials. But I will let them flip through this.
All right.
This is your copy?
And yeah, I'm just going to remind the state when we're going through the wiretap, and there are the two spots, I think, where I need to caution them that it's only Garlington's words. Just give me a heads up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I've made a specific note to.
great, thanks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. The jury's ready, so if y'all need a second to finish going through that, that's fine. Smaller set of evidence. Any issues?
I wouldn't call it an issue. There's one that I don't think we've litigated. It's marked by Mr. Abate, so I'm assuming.
The beginning of the video. It's not really, that's like
What video?
the one that we played last night. It's not. But it's just person. I don't, that's.
Don't know.
I don't think so.
All right, we ready for Mr. Sprinkle and the jury? Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, while the calls are playing, I'm just asking the court's permission ahead of time to remain seated so I can navigate. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle. You are still under oath. I'll just remind you of that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Atkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Deputy Sprinkle.
Thank you.
When you were here last, there was some jail calls that was State Exhibit 590 Yankee that you had reviewed and admitted. Do you recall that?
I do.
I wanted to play some of those calls that you pulled with you now. Was one of those calls an October 31st, 2015 call from defendant Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play from 590 Yankee on that October 31st, 2015 call from 1 minute and 10 seconds to 2 minutes and 5 seconds for the record.
All right.
Your Honor, I just noticed I'm in the Zoom, but for some reason when I shared,
It's not working.
yes, give me one brief second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Percival.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey. Oh, what happened?
Dawson, that lawyer, I had one talk to the lawyer.
Oh, okay. What is that?
And he just let him know he behind me, everything good. He said, Dawson sent him down there so I can interview him to see if I wanted him. And I'm like, you feel like he handled the case, then I want him. If he feel like he can't, then don't waste my time.
Oh, okay. You want him?
Well, he talking like he can handle it, like everything. He can handle everything. He say he been working with all type of stars on all type of murder cases and all type of cases.
Mm-hmm.
Stopping at 2:05. Deputy Sprinkle, was another one of the calls that you pulled a November 13th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to publish 11:25 to 14:30 of that November 13th, 2015 call.
So what is the exhibit number?
598.
Oh, they're all under the same.
Correct.
You remember I told you, I had wrote Trez like, oh, we didn't know he had the same charge because Luke said he didn't.
Yeah.
They saying gonna fix back. Lil Woody on the phone, he said, what did he say? I don't know. He said you told Trez they dropped the charges on him. He want to know what was said. I said, I never said they dropped the charges on him. I said, I didn't know they had the same charges. Oh, I guess that's what Trez was talking about. Okay, thank you. But she.
They trying to sit up, push that out for a nigga slap. Fuck yeah.
I don't think she gets smart. I would tell her.
Stupid ass bitch. You and your pussy ass baby daddy got in there, fuck ass. Y'all both y'all on that lane, suck ass, little boy ass shit. Pussy ass hoe. Good ass hoe.
What the hell? You don't know. Wait till you get your package.
Fuck him. That fuck nigga envy me anyway, man.
Y'all got one crazy relationship.
Fuck nigga envy me. You hate this thing I had.
Y'all be back rocking when it's all over.
Crazy fuck. I don't want that bitch. I really gotta shoot myself in the face. When y'all go back right, I don't want to fuck that nigga, man. They just whoop this little young nigga ass in him.
That ain't funny. I know you were laughing.
I wasn't laughing. I was just like, eat that baby.
Shannon shit. Oh. Let me find him for you.
I hear blood and he ain't real right.
He what?
He ain't real right for his blood.
He what?
He ain't real right.
What? Shit, you know your oath?
It be different shit. Like, nigga push up on different niggas. And the wrong way. Nigga pushed up on me the right way. They pushed up on him the wrong way. Like, hey, bro, you got to go and do this. Line, we finna goddamn gonna get at you, man. And that's what they did. They pushed up on me like, shit, bro, you know, they saying, man, listen, man, do you want to talk to these people because you scratching these big hoes, but you ain't on the phone with these folks. I got these folks, man, you want to talk to these folks. Yeah, bro. None of these niggas be goddamn. I be asking them, I like, bro, you locked up for raw, bro, but you ain't here panhandling, bro.
Deputy Sprinkle, in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder, did you ever have a name of Rontrez Brock come up?
Yes,
And was that Kenneth Copeland's brother?
it was.
Was there another call that you pulled and when you had introduced from November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08 or 4:08 p.m.?
Yes,
And was that a call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
it was.
Your Honor, I'm publishing from 590 Yankee, November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08, and the time, we're going to start at 4:19 to play to 6 minutes and 2 seconds, and then we'll play 8 minutes and 56 seconds to 14:40 for the record.
got going on? Yeah, what the hell the fuck come out, man?
Shit.
Sounds crazy.
Yeah, not the police, but they got.
Yeah. Nick,
Yeah.
I am.
Everything alright though. How the hell VO did?
Huh?
How the hell VO did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He say, she say.
Yeah. Everything alright.
See that shit is different from the nigga who they got locked up with him, you hear me?
Yeah.
Nigga trying to free themselves, so nigga say whatever.
But the judge kept saying like, he was just like, they shit, the way they saying, like, that shit don't mean nothing, because that's how they doing it, like, they trying to get out, get the heat out their ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
But if they do that, that's what they gonna do. Put themselves on the scene.
Exactly. That was the little.
And that what they trying not to do. They beating around the bush. They just saying, you did it, and now I mean they can't say you a bitch. They did it. You did it. How you know it? They going. How you know you did? You know how the folks do. You know what's going on. But other than that, you alright though.
Yeah, man. I'm just chilling, man.
What about the health?
Oh yeah, everything. You know, everything out here. Well, this shit still like a soap up, but it's not.
Yeah.
It maintained. I'm good.
Your Honor, I'm now moving to 856 to play to 1440.
You look like you straight.
Shit, I'm gonna have $6 on them.
So when y'all go back to court?
On the 18th.
And what they say, a hearing?
Nah, I just did the preliminary hearing.
So ain't nobody getting no bond?
Nah, they tried all Moulton trial, because Moulton had a lawyer. They said the same thing about both of them, you feel me? They tried all Moulton trial. They did only thing different was the little nigga named, Deep Clean. He told me, I told him I did it. So they was, yeah, he said that's the only different thing. Then he just wrote Moulton to my, man, on God, bro, I ain't say that, bro. I go to court before no police lying on me, did that, third. Fuck, nigga.
So Moulton got the lawyer?
Yeah, Moulton got all his shit, they missed.
So if you would have had a lawyer, you would have got your own dismissed?
Hell yeah.
How much, what he paid on it? I call my man.
Huh?
I call my man and see what's going on. You ain't got nobody else who you think give you nothing on the lawyer?
Shit, I ain't called. But Kim was just telling me to call him my knees on and shit.
Who?
Kim. I ain't calling it, though.
Who?
Kente.
Kente?
Yeah.
Man, them niggas that be talking, bro.
Yeah, that's what I be saying. That's why I ain't really just put no F like that fucking stuff. I was been sent the lawyer down here. That nigga, he keep coming down here, but he just like, shit, Doug keep telling me he ain't got all the money yet. The fuck he ain't got all the money yet.
Who's saying that? Who's this?
Oh, that was the lawyer. Like, the lawyer keep coming down here, though, but he just like, shit, I wasn't going to represent you, but he keep saying, Doug saying he ain't got all the money together yet.
How much they charge?
And this nigga, he ain't telling me the price. He just like, I told Young Thug he got to give me everything or nothing. It's everything or nothing. That's how he kept saying.
So he want all his money at one time. He don't want
I believe
down.
he's doing that. He doing that because of Thug. You feel me? Cause he know home got money, so hey man, I want all my money.
You ready? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause most lawyers, they used to do a payment plan, bro.
Yeah, exactly. New Wave talked to some lady and she was like 4,000, some shit she was saying.
4,000 for what?
Start.
Man, that nigga I had, he want them much, bro. Yeah, now nigga who beat my brother's murder case, you know, I'm cool with him. He don't even want that much. 4,000 to start, that's too much.
Yeah.
I probably give him about 2,500. He probably put me on payment plan like every 2 weeks. Probably pay like $350. Right, what?
That's cool, man.
Mhm.
Hold on, cuz. So, all right, shit. Well, so what he got out here? What he got now? What he got now?
Most of they got now, they got all them aggravated assault shit that they had. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, all that shit, them gun charges. You know, they had
So what part of that truck? That murder truck?
Yeah, they just dropped the murder charge off him.
Man, that ain't shit. That's base talk, just like that.
Yeah. That's how he got like, you know, they got like 9 charges apiece.
Brought that murder and stacked some on the aggravated assault. Cause they're like 20 years.
Yeah, what?
That's what I'm saying. Them aggravated assault charges and all that shit. That shit still the same thing.
Yeah.
But murder, they just make niggas say, woof, at least I ain't got this. Still got to fight the aggravated assault.
You know, that shit, they be better though, like the murder, you facing the murder charge and them all of aggravated, that shit better because them folks,
aggravated assault.
Them folks telling on them, like, the nigga mama, she was like telling them folks, like, yeah, they did it. And then Lil D telling them folks, like, yeah, home was with me that night. And they said Lil D already told them folks he did it. And Lil D told him he did it when he left the club.
Lil D?
Yeah, he told him he did it. And he told them that most of them were with him when he left the club. So they like, shit, he with you, then he had to do that too.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Stopping, Your Honor, at 1324. And Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a December 4th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that was made at 5:31 or 17:31?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish from 590 Yankee that December 4th, 2015 call from 8:10 to 8:30.
Is y'all fucking with you?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about.
Who, nigga?
No.
Who?
Oh.
You talking about, him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he the one paying for everything.
Oh, okay.
Now, Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a January 10th, 2015 call at 7:42 p.m. that was placed by Martinez Arnold?
I did.
And was that call to Dravoris Bradford?
It was.
Does he have a nickname of Tuda?
He does.
I'm going to play that January 10th, 2015 call at this time, Your Honor.
This is a prepaid collect call.
Call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently...
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of...
Y'all gonna set me up like
Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Dude,
Cool.
what's now?
Call right back. Y'all gonna set me up like that?
Nah, hell no, nigga. Which time you got there? Some shit there. Nah, hell no.
Y'all good?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, Goldie Mott.
Who that is?
Boosh.
What's up, short stuff?
What are you doing?
Go. Yeah, baby. We going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, got it.
Who went to pull up?
Yeah. Call Christopher in the arm, bro.
Alright.
You keep calling all these girls.
M.A.
Yeah. Crystal,
Yes.
I'm on your nerve.
No. Why you acting
know, bro.
today? No.
Oh.
You feel like you're getting on my nerves?
No, a little bit. No, but I ain't talked to you earlier, so you had them threw me off. You said call you later on.
No, because I was at work.
Earlier you said you don't want to talk. Call you later.
Because I was with a client, so.
You with a client now?
Crystal is my friend.
Well, yeah.
And she's pretty, so. I don't want nobody in my business. Crystal's my friend. She know you, so. I don't know. Why would you ask me something like that? You want me to call Dolly back?
Yeah, she answered. She called you back.
Yeah, but she had went to the bathroom because you said something that she was gonna go eat or something. Hold on.
Call her.
Okay. Think Dora at her house too, huh?
She at her house or Slime house?
Dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
You hung up?
She hung up?
Yeah, she probably didn't try to.
A slow ass. Damn,
Yo,
bro.
slow ass.
Huh?
Yo, slow ass.
Who that, Boosh?
Duh.
You got your man out there, man. Yeah, you talking about.
Who said it?
Who said that?
When you coming home?
Court Tuesday. They'll give me a bond Tuesday. They had to wait till I go to the judge.
Your bun gonna be high?
I don't know. Shit, what's your bond was, too?
Mine was 25.
They might do 25,000. You did. Nah,
Why? What makes you think it's gonna be? What makes you think it's gonna be the same as Cutter?
I'm saying elevator something at 20, 30. I ain't gonna go no higher than 40, 50. It ain't gonna be that high though, 'cause they only do that when you got them, when you dead ass wrong and you don't got them chips or something like that. Shit, 300.
There they go right there. Don't be.
Call Chris.
What they do?
Crystal don't want to talk to you, man.
I ain't gonna talk to you last 2 days.
The girl don't want to talk to you. She hung up for a reason.
Nah, she happy. Every time I call her, she get even happier. You dig what I'm saying?
Hello?
You hung up on me?
No, the phone, I hung up by accident when I was trying to call Dottie because her phone went straight to voicemail.
It did.
Yeah. I mean, call Dora over there. Hold on.
Hey, you slide that tray over here, bitch, out. Kick it over here. Yeah. What you say? Hell no, I ain't eating that shit. I gave it to nephew. It's on you next.
Hello? Yeah.
Dora.
What up, man?
What's up with it, homie? You dig what I'm saying?
You dig.
Nah, bro.
What's going on, man?
We count down in this bit, man. This shit here ain't.
Hey, man, you know.
This shit ain't for no players.
Oh, yeah, you already know. He go to court on the 13th. No, the day is 10. The day is 10. He go to court on the 13th. Yeah, the day is 10. What's they do?
Well, y'all know when it get nighttime, we just say the day they left. Man.
Y'all know the time. You don't know the time, so you think like 11.
Yeah, night 11. Monday, my last day, really. So when they wake us up at 4 in the morning to go to court.
Oh, you going to court on when?
On Tuesday.
Monday. On Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
This shit ain't for no player, man.
What?
Damn, this shit.
You see a long way out? You see a long way people leaving? Triple back ass nigga. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to call him. He was trying to call my name. We were locked down though.
Oh, they keep putting you on lockdown?
Nah, them folks have us on lock. We come out the room at goddamn 8. I mean at 9. They send us back in at 12. Come back out at 4. Well, we come out. I'm upstairs, so we come out at 6. Downstairs come out at 4 to 6, and we come out from 6 to 8.
Yeah. You did what I'm saying. Yeah, that shit lame, man. You know, we ain't doing that but a whole bunch of chilling.
Where y'all at?
Finna edit this video with at the Yo.
Y'all at the Yo?
Yeah, we with Bill finna edit this video.
What, destroyed?
Nah, you probably gonna do that shit. They doing that to Vinci.
Yeah, that shit so hard, man. What the hell, Thug at?
And I ain't even get to see that booth, that shit, man. I went to the room. Y'all see that? Oh, yeah. The Da Vinci, I went to the room. I didn't know y'all shot you asking me when. They shot Da Vinci.
What's up, right there? Tell him I said, what's down?
Yeah. Nah, he right here yet. He ain't with her yet. I think he in the meeting with Leo there.
Oh, what Dolly?
Right here.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Hey, that's what I'm sure gonna be. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Dude, man, who the fuck that was a jetpack guy? Damn, what Duke get, man. Now, I said, good morning, I said, man, free fucking Duke. Gucci man said, tell him jump that the down payment due date is $250, but it's $5 something off. Let's just say, they don't want the down payment of me. What? He said, they want the down payment on a down payment for what? My boy.
Oh, she go to think she gonna get in like that. No, we gonna pay for her, hoe.
For the next. She said they just gave her daughter deposit $250 in the last day. What she trying to have for it? Some place she at me tonight, but I ain't lying no more.
Hey, down there they going crazy on my IG, bro.
Yeah, you know the folks that keep asking where you at. Answer your phone, bitch. Got a whole lot of money. The folks try to figure out what's up. Why you can't make money?
Who money? See, nigga ain't talking about no money. They'll get knocked out. No more nigga.
See the people that charging her. No, she having that liqueur. She said she having that liqueur.
Liqueur.
Man, you gotta have that baby put that fuck that glowing shit. Yeah.
Tell her to go pay. Hey, they just brought us some beans. Hey, Jurors.
Yeah.
They just brought us. Hey, Chris.
Let him do what he gonna do his own kid.
They just brought some beans. They just brought some beans, some red beans and rice.
Red beans and rice, man.
Man, they just brought some red beans and rice with no sauce, no seasoning. It tastes like water. When I just tasted a little bit, I just licked a little bit. It just tastes like, listen, them folks, they really gave us some dog food on the sandwich. They gave us 2 wheat bread. They gave us like 3 pieces of salad. 3 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it.
What?
And a big dry ass cake. Fill up the whole one side of the tray. Man, I said, man, listen, bro. This ain't that and that ain't it, bro. Then Crystal just tearing her mouth out.
No,
girl.
dog food.
Sometimes the red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney
It's
beans.
like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Dog don't shit that.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro. I don't supposed to be getting fed like
It's
that.
like some shit the dog don't shit that.
Yeah, he look like shit. I ain't even, I'm saying, he look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying, shit like dog shit.
So they been in there. They got a hammer. They been in there. How you know it's not no seasoning in? You taste it.
I said I licked it. I tasted it. I tasted on the spoon. So I taste like water and a big ass cake.
Crystal is cracking up, baby.
Yeah, she did time. What Crystal is your friend?
Yeah, she's cracking up.
Oh, give a nigga some dog shit, man. Hey, dog.
Straight up, yeah.
Hey, I need y'all to make it. There you go, by man.
Man, what? Hey, listen, man. We just Amina getting that money to your sister, put the money on your book, or you don't want that shit?
Yeah, she said she's gonna give it to. My sister said she called her in.
Yeah, no. She putting 100 on your book and 100 on the phone.
Don't keep trying to put that on my book. I ain't finna be here for that, man.
Yeah, that was I was just thought maybe you might want to make store some shit. You know what I'm saying?
We can't even make it go down there where I'm at.
You can't.
Can't even spend it down. They don't even come to us with stuff.
Oh, well, let me tell you, damn.
I mean, they put it on there, they gonna give it to me when I get out.
Hold on, Slime. Hello? Yep. Yeah, man. Nah, well then I tell her they ain't don't worry about that shit. We'll just keep on the phone.
She can put it on there, cause I might walk the bend on when I get out Houston.
You motherfuckers on the phone. I go, okay, yeah. That motherfucker, it was 2 degrees out and they let out. I thought they'd be at the gas station. She said, so I wasn't gonna stand in front of that building.
Yeah, no, I'm walking on. I'm telling you, I'm walking on. Straight down
North
side drive.
On the way. That bitch said, stay right well. Pick me up at the gas station. It's a number that caught my phone.
You have 1 minute left.
I'm stopping y'all at 14:35. And Deputy Sprinkle, was this the call you had referenced that after, when you listened to this call, what was the next step that you did?
I reviewed the surveillance video from the Texaco station next to the incident location on McDaniel Street.
And was the one of the other calls that you pulled a October 4th, 2015 call from Deamonte Kendrick?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is going to play from 590 Yankee. From 1 minute and 12 seconds to 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Right.
Yeah, I've been on lockdown, man. It's down here confusing, man. I gotta get out.
Okay, just first of all, keep your head up, and I just want you to know I love you. I put minutes on my phone yesterday, and I was hoping you call.
I love you too.
Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Did Duke get out? Yeah. Okay, well, he got a whole lot of folks he got to answer to.
Oh, Duke.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro, cause it didn't even fault, bro.
Monte, I love you, but you should have told that nigga fuck that shit. Take that ass whooping.
Yeah.
You should have told. You took
All
yours.
right, calm down. I'm gonna calm down.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk on the phone like that. Look, so what is about tonight, man? Cause I go to court on the 15th.
No, you go to court on the 16th, 1-6.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but they trying to still push the mixtape out.
Who?
Them.
Just tell them get 10 or 13 good songs and drop it. And
Okay.
tell them to find, like, don't use that red bandana shit. Even though the bandana burgundy, just tell them to find, like, a picture, like, on slime cheese. And what I was finna say? Man, these days going like so slow.
Yeah, the day is only the 4th. But I'll be there. Your judge is Judge Atkins. Put his name in the universe. His name Judge Atkins. I done looked him up. I done saw him before, too.
I got a lawyer.
We got, Doug, I'm working on that now.
Just say
You know,
broke. Gotta say the name.
huh?
Just say broke. Don't say the name.
Broke. Yeah, broke.
Hey,
Stopping at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Thank you, Deputy Sprinkle. No more questions by the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Sprinkle.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sprinkle, I want to talk to you about the phone calls from the jail with my client, Shannon Stillwell, on them, okay?
Okay.
And I know you testified before about this briefly. How many total calls did you review involving Shannon Stillwell?
I don't know how many I reviewed. It would probably been around 30 to 50, somewhere in there. I downloaded over 700, though.
All right. The first call that we heard was 590Y. What date was that first call that we heard?
Well, if we're talking about today, it was October 31st, 2015.
Okay. And that was right after Mr. Stillwell had been, you're aware that Mr. Stillwell was a victim in a case where Tierra Jones was shot and killed.
Yes.
And you're aware that car that they were in, you're aware that the facts of that case was a car sped up behind the car that Tierra Jones was driving and shot a bunch of rounds into the back of the car that Shannon Stillwell, Tierra Jones, and Miss Duncan were in, correct?
That's what happened.
Okay. And Terry Jones was tragically killed.
Yes.
And Shannon was severely injured not from gunfire, but from the car flipping.
That's correct.
And he went to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, so this call on October 31st, 2015 is within a day or two of Mr. Stillwell being released from the hospital. Well, let me back up. While at the hospital, he was served arrest warrants for the Donovan Thomas case.
I believe he was at the hospital at the time, yes.
Okay, and so this call is right after Mr. Stillwell was released from the hospital and is now in Fulton County Jail on those charges.
I don't know when he was released from the hospital, but given the timeline of when the T.R. Jones murder occurred and about when the arrest warrants were issued, I'll say that you're correct on that.
Okay. That first call, you hear Shannon speaking to a young lady.
Yes.
All right. Do you know who that is?
Betty Jean Jackson is what my notes state.
Okay, well, Betty Jean Jackson is Mr. Stillwell's grandmother. That
Correct.
didn't sound like his grandmother, did it?
No, but that's the number that he called. That doesn't necessarily mean that's who he was speaking with.
Okay, could he have been speaking to Yvette Barron?
Yes, that's very possible. He spoke with her very often.
All right, and that was a female friend of his?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that first call we heard, you heard Mr. Stillwell, they were discussing representation, who was going to represent him on this very serious case in 2015.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell said something to the effect of, Thug sent a lawyer to visit me.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about that lawyer said he's worked with all sorts of stars and media cases before.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell is trying to figure out if he wants to entrust his life in his lawyer's hands.
Yes.
Okay. Who was the lawyer that met with Mr. Stillwell just before October 31st, 2015?
I don't recall.
Well, you have.
If I ever knew, that is to say, if I ever knew to begin with, I may have, but I don't know now.
You have the ability to look in the Odyssey system to see what lawyers visit clients on a daily basis, correct?
Yes, but that's logged in the jail manager area, and in my experience, sometimes visits don't get logged.
Okay.
I guess I can't say, I don't know what's not logged, but there have been times when I either knew or suspected that an inmate received a visit and I didn't see that it had been logged in Odyssey. But this visit may have been logged. I don't recall. If it was, it should still be in there.
Could it have been a Michael Bixon?
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. I think that you're right.
Okay. In fact, you know that Michael Bixon filed your office, the district attorney's office, did not indict this Donovan Thomas case, the alleged murder. You did not indict this case for several years.
That's right.
Okay, and several of those years, Mr. Stillwell was in jail, unindicted, charged with the Donovan Thomas homicide.
I don't know how long he was in jail, but it was certainly unindicted for a number of years.
You know that Mr. Bixon, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, filed a constitutional speedy trial demand.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance to this.
Okay. Are you aware that Michael Bixon filed
objection, Your Honor.
motions?
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that I, Max Shard, went to visit Mr. Stillwell in October 31st of 2015?
No, I don't believe it would have been you.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that I ever spoke to Mr. Stillwell before he was arrested on this RICO indictment in 2022, correct? You have no evidence of that.
I don't know who you were speaking with in October of 2022, or if you had spoken with him or you hadn't. I have no idea.
Okay. But you have no reason to believe that he was speaking about Thug sending me to see him in October 31st of 2015.
No, I don't think you would have been even in a position to represent him then, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Thank you. Now, moving on to the third call, November 23rd at 4:08 p.m. we hear Mr. Stillwell speaking to another man in that call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, that was a day, there's a thing called preliminary hearings, correct?
Yes.
And preliminary hearings are when someone's arrested, the case is not indicted. There's a court date where an investigator comes in and testifies as to the evidence in the case.
That's usually, it doesn't have to be an investigator, but probably over 98% of the time it is.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Stillwell had a preliminary hearing on the Donovan Thomas case in November of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the transcript of that hearing?
No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. In that hearing, it was Detective Thorpe who testified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland didn't testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary did not testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay, so when Mr. Stillwell is talking about what happened at the hearing, he's not talking about what Kenneth Copeland or Quindarius Zachary said at the hearing. He's talking about what Detective Thorpe is testified that they said.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to be very clear on this. On that tape, Mr. Stillwell, and this was after his prelim was held, correct?
Yes.
This November 23rd phone call?
Yes.
In fact, it was right after his prelim was held.
I don't recall the exact date of the prelim. I remember it was in November, and given some of the contextual details of that call, it sounds like it was very close in time to this phone call that we listened to.
Okay. In that phone call we just listened to, the volume was a little low and the audio goes in and out a little bit. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay. I want to be very clear. Shannon, on that phone call to that other gentleman, says, little D, and this is right after the prelim, little D is saying that I said I did it, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
He did not say, let's just clear this up because the tape's not the best. He did not say, I told little D I did it.
That's right.
He did not say that. He merely said, little D is saying that I said I did it.
That's right.
Okay. Also in that tape, you hear Mr. Stillwell and this other gentleman talking about what's going on, the predicament that Mr. Stillwell is in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other gentleman says N-words trying to free themselves, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
They trying to get the heat off their ass.
Yes, that was said.
People trying to point fingers at others while not putting themselves at the scene.
Yeah, I believe that's a verbatim quote, yes.
Okay, and trying to free themselves, trying to get the heat off their ass. This is after Mr. Copeland gave statements against Mr. Stillwell on June 1st of 2015, right?
Yes.
And in the context of that interview, he was facing federal charges.
Mr. Copeland was, yes.
He was facing gun charges.
Yes.
He was facing theft charges for stolen merchandise that were in the mother of his child's apartment.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Computers, where he was claiming Lil Mike and Quez.
I'm objecting to this. I don't know the relevance of that question.
You're not aware of, it's in evidence.
All right, then overruled.
You're not aware that Mr. Copeland tried to blame a Little Mike and Quez for stealing things that ended up in...
Hang on just a second. Are you saying whether he knows, whether this witness knows or not is not
I guess
relevant?
I should have said foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, you don't have any knowledge of those things that Mr. Copeland said?
I don't remember that part of his
Okay.
statement now.
Also, trying to get the heat off their ass. The statement by Mr. Zachary claiming that Mr. Stillwell confessed to him. That was made when Mr. Zachary was in jail for shooting up several houses.
Yes.
And was facing federal straw purchasing charges as well.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein?
Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning.
Regarding the call that you played, that was played between Mr. Kendrick's mom, Tasha, and himself, you recall listening to that just now, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Kendrick says, do you hear the language about the mixtape about to drop in that call?
Yes.
Did you investigate that mixtape about to drop?
If I did, I don't recall now.
Okay. And associated with that, do you recall if associated with that mixtape is an image of my client wearing a bandana?
I do not.
Okay. But there is a reference in that call where my client informs his mother to change that bandana away from a certain color. I think he says a red color, correct?
That's right. That's what was said.
And given that the state seems fixated on seeing burgundy as red and orange as red,
Sustained.
do you think it's reasonable for my client to want a bandana viewed as red to be changed to another color?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know that in your investigation, did you find my client being signed to Young Stoner Life Records in 2015?
I believe so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And then again, that mixtape being associated with that.
Yes, I believe. I don't recall exactly, but that sounds right.
Okay. There's also a reference in there of my client's mom, Miss Tasha, speaking to, I think she said speaking to Thug about a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Do you have, and I believe it was Mr. Bixson that represented my client at the time, do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained? It's not Bixson. Anyway, let's forget it, whoever the lawyer was. Okay. That's okay. Thank you for your help. The lawyer that was retained for my client at the time, do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained that lawyer?
I don't know who paid for the attorney or, no, I don't have any evidence.
Okay. Would you find it unusual that somebody would ask a friend to recommend an attorney?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Deputy Sprinkle, as part of your current job, do you handle a number of preliminary hearings that was discussed on cross?
Yes.
Do you, and were you at that hearing that was referenced on cross-examination?
I believe so. If it was the same hearing in which Antonio Sledge his hearing was held, then yes, I was absolutely there. And I believe that Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Sledge, this was not over 9 years ago, or 9 years ago, almost probably to the day. So I'm pretty sure I was there.
Now, on cross-examination, there was reference about, the information at the preliminary hearing comes from, in this case, Detective Thorpe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, if you remember, and there was reference about, on cross-examination, what Little D or someone said at that hearing. Do you recall that?
I do.
At that preliminary hearing, for witnesses who, such as Little D, were names used or was something else used?
Well, their legal names would have been used.
And is there any times in preliminary hearings where witnesses are referenced by something other than their name?
Sometimes, yes, I'll often ask that the detective reference the witnesses by alphanumeric characters like A or 1, because, there's a variety of reasons for it, but the basic reason is the case isn't indicted, and so we don't have to turn over the witness list yet, and we're still investigating, et cetera, and so the witness is not compelled or isn't required to recite the legal names or any name of the witness on the stand. Yes.
And if it's the hearing that you are thinking of, you said Antonio Sledge would have also been present?
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Deputy
Sprinkle.
This prelim back in 2015, you don't have any recollection if actual names were used or like witness A, witness B, witness C?
I do not know. Okay.
And in the event that witness A, witness B, witness C were used, just hypothetically, the detective still testifies to the background of who these people are, such as, for instance, witness A, who we found receipts from a pawn shop showing that they purchased guns, said this, right? Or something of that nature. There's context behind these witness A, witness B, witness C.
Right. I mean, if you're saying that even if their names aren't used, if the detective provides enough detail regarding the circumstances surrounding the interview that one who is familiar with the witness could infer their identity from the testimony, then yes, that can happen.
You said that so much better than I did, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein?
No, nothing more, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Released.
Permanently excused.
Released. All right, let's take a quick break before our next witness, who I think might be a longer one.
All right, we're good.
All right, let's figure out this request for an instruction about dual capacity witnesses. Mr. Weinstein, I see what you originally requested. You don't seem to have been able to find what the judge determined, or maybe you did really just a second ago. Give me a second. Okay, anyway, you weren't able to find the language that the court apparently decided upon, and this is kind of a fish or cut bait point since we're about to have this witness on the stand. And I think Ms. Persfield has, just in the last few minutes requested if anybody has access to what exactly the language was to come up with it now, but in the absence of that, I think that what you originally requested, Mr. Weinstein, and I don't know if you want, I guess you filed that at some point, or do you want me to read it into the record?
You can read it into the record.
Okay.
I believe that was an email that was sent to the court
so
back on January 31st.
Your request is that the court instruct the jury the testimony you're about to hear is the witness's opinion based on training and experience, not firsthand knowledge, and that it is for the jury to determine how much weight, if any, to give that opinion. And then after the witness has testified in the dual capacity, to say, you have heard the testimony of this witness who testified to both facts and opinions. Each of these types of testimony should be given the proper weight. As to the testimony to facts, consider the factors discussed earlier in these instructions. As to the testimony on opinions, you do not have to accept the opinion. In deciding how much weight to give it, you should consider the witness's qualifications and how the witness reached their conclusions, along with other factors discussed in these instructions for weighing the credibility of witnesses. One problem with that is we don't have whatever those prior instructions that whomever this court was would have given. So it would be a little not helpful to give them that instruction.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm very close to finding the instruction. I found the state's previous,
Okay.
when Detective Beldat
Okay.
testified. So I'm going to forward that to the defense counsel in the court, and I think near that time, I'm hoping to see another email of what the court actually
Okay.
stated. But this is the state's previous proposal.
That would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Adkins. I believe that's around January 31st, 2023. So I'm looking.
I mean, in the event we can't find it, I've tried to fashion something
Thank you.
that might work, but first of all, I guess we can see whether it can be located
Thank you, Your Honor.
quickly. Oh. All right, and if either defendant needs to be excused to the restrooms while the attorneys are looking, y'all can go ahead and do that. I'm going to do the same, and I'll be right back. is some of the testimony you're about to hear will be this witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her firsthand knowledge as a fact witness. Other testimony will be as the so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. I'll just recall to you the instructions previously given about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is any from this witness, and expert opinion testimony. Y'all want anything beyond that? Okay, great. Are we ready for the jury? Okay. Yeah, I think as soon as they come out, I'll do that. You can tender, then we'll get the witness, and I'll give those instructions, and off we'll go. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration, and it may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instruct you about the guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols admitted previously For the reasons that I just explained, those convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. Nichols and not any other defendant. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have only been admissible against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you are not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Whether Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to something is also not to be considered against any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea convictions of any co-defendant. And again, that's because each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him and not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 438 VV pursuant to 24-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Mr. Deamonte Kendrick in indictment 15 SC 140116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, theft by receiving stolen property, BGCSA for the purchase, possession of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude, and possession of a marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, that is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator M. Viverito.
All right. And while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed this, go ahead. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you. And if you can swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State and spell your first and last name for the courts. I'm sorry, first initial, last name for the courts, okay?
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, Viverito.
And good morning, Investigator Viverito. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where it's basically a hybrid between a detective and a criminal intelligence analyst. So you're fusing the best parts of both worlds to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And when you said intelligence-led investigation, just tell the jury briefly, what do you mean?
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything at your disposal, whether it be social media accounts, jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Start from the beginning?
No, just
okay.
Immediately prior.
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk about your time as a senior investigator. Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator in the gang unit?
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit, and I would review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment, and I'd take a look at the file, and we'd see if there was anything that was needed to push the case forward. We may go talk to people, we may locate witnesses, we may secure additional search warrants, and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with the high profile unit?
It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high-profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, and cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program what was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with, every day we were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as like kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of prison and say, you know what, not interested, I'd like to engage in a crime spree, thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt or before anybody else gets hurt. Anybody in the community is
I want you to slow down a little because you are going so fast, and I will ask a different question further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole has there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what's that? You don't have a caseload. You're operating as a
slow down.
Sorry. You're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta, so I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to it? To her expertise? I mean, you may.
Okay. So specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI Gang Task Force. You can continue.
Okay. So we had agents some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex, multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in additional, do you have any formal training that you've taken to assist you in identifying gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center that you take as kind of a introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend there. They have a biannual conference, a summer and a winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute, and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career's been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I listen to a lot of jail calls. I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had the opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes. Multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps, and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information to assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You'd go to the neighborhoods and you'd look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge, huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department in determining whether or not a person is either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes.
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity or occasion to review social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claimed association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And when you say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your work working with YSL and YFN, have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listened to a lot of jail calls. You've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. Did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have. In Atlanta, it is very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes.
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender Investigator Viverito as a witness, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
All right. How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit, so I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffery Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep. Sustained. Don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just, if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just, what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone, on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You want permission to approach?
You may.
Permission?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as 2 contacts that were stored in the phone.
Okay. And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the contacts that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
All right. Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see in the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that, and would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he would be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffery Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffery Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment. Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime, and it has some emojis with the name.
Okay. And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see, it should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Where it says deleted in the left-hand column?
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
Okay. And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here, it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friend is the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffery Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if the recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN Lucci performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer, and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
All right. And looking at slide 3, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen to help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see it's just he's saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3.
Okay.
Slide 4, excuse me. starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and follows it up with slat. And then Mr. Huey responds, slat.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says slime. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, is this September 2nd, 2020?
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN Lucci appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, slatty handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Right. Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation?
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends, in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad. He was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, the next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
Right. What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial,
I'm going to get the hearsay.
Don't elicit hearsay.
I won't elicit hearsay.
Because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account for Mr. Fleetwood?
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
From his public account?
Correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479VV. Tell me if you recognize 479VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479VV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
Right. And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
Right. Now, I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469VV. Four 471, 479VV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is.
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former State's Exhibit 227 VV2A. Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool, it looks, because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN, or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Ushery?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Huey's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Huey responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
Okay. And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too," to which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
All right. Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
Okay. And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive, no, I ain't play no part in that slime."
All right. And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pulling no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
All right. And does does he make another response?
He said, I told him I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him.
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, if he don't take it back, he's gonna die.
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Objection, I hear, sir.
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Okay. Now, I want to go to 227 VV 2B. And in looking at 227 VV 2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, at this time, the state would like to tender tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And who is depicted in this picture?
That's going to be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slap biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct.
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working, at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force, so I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN Lucia or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Okay. Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Sounds like we're reading off the report, and I'm going to ask you.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
Okay. In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group, posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Tinquarius Mender?
I do.
How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around, and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Deamonte Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius Thomas.
Excuse me, Dontavius Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway, and it had flipped over, had 2 victims inside the vehicle. Myself and Investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of your investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
Right. How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
Okay. And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvements in the case that we had at the office.
Okay. And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
The
County.
Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucci? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5TT. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 5TT.
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 5TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 5TT into evidence.
Admitted.
Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
And once you started looking at determining Ms. Ellison might have been serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one, so don't make me look bad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
All right. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing, he thinks we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. And he tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with a 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts, and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color-coded the messages from each person so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had an opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color-coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize States Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize States Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color-coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here States Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be enlarged versions of your color-coded copy of your text messages?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit first States Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may. Yes, she may.
So, first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who, when you have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pinks, and the reds. So first, orient the jurors.
Okay. So the greens are going to be.
And talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
Okay. So the greens are going to be members of, or somebody associated would appear to be YSL. So to make it easy, I associated that stuff with green.
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that.
Okay.
The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison. That's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red, you'll see the originating member, is going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink, is going to be Ms. Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation. It was still in the bottom.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start at February 6th, 2022?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I wanted to go back to get, usually when a crime happens, sometimes it's premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers? For example, this 404-293-3244. Did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Deamonte Garlington.
And did Deamonte Garlington have a nickname?
D for Little D.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with, on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with Deamonte Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this. Did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Khalif Adams. He's an inmate with the Georgia Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker he likes to go after.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or 19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo.
And is there a response from the phone associate, Mr. Garlington, to the phone associate, Mr. Adams or Bobby?
Yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Or who's this?
All right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Okay. Now, you have a red call here. What does that signify?
That's going to be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what did she say?
She said, hey, this is Red. Cedric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cedric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Myrick, that's the nickname that he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is Red Cedric Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female friend or associated with a blood gang. They go by a Ruby, like somebody Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit more down the line.
Okay. And just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response? When I call you, it might have gone through the jail messages. It's hard to explain. Okay. So then next, on February 6, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay. just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So, Mr. Garlington says, what it do, twin? Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, my little man, right there, with the F-U-C-K, racial expletive. And Mr. Garlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Garlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname for Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. He goes by 650 Lou. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's where it comes from. So Mr. Garlington responds, oh yeah, need him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, attempting to use code of language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the game. And then Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds, read.
And when you said he's using coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to attack him, I put that his contraband phone gets
taken.
right.
Okay.
This was not, if the calls were getting intercepted, when phones get taken, it's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person that receives it.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get an autograph for the game.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin, and take the jury through that set of conversation?
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County jail system. You have to purchase stamps, they're called stamps, to be able to send and receive text messages. So you may buy 30 stamps that will allow you to send a certain amount, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps for Mr. Myrick because they used our last, and she's facilitating Cash App or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamps being purchased so they can communicate.
And is that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a intercepted call from a number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
And that was not a part of your investigation, investigating this kind of phantom report.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, a third party trying to send the money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their Cash App, get their Cash App blocked or whatever might happen, so somebody else trying to help out.
Okay. And then do they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myrick?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in the jail. They'll send one inmate may have a Cash App account they're using in the jail, and everybody can send money to, and it might change if somebody's phone gets taken, if the Cash App account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams, in this text message, sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then he tells Ms. Ellison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it, I'm gonna get the stamps now, and tell him to call me. Okay.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is there more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garlington phone?
There is.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 1TTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garlington and the phone associated with Adams?
There is.
Okay. And what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro, he's gonna hit me when the food is done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else?
No.
Sustained.
Is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, does it appear to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Allison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell us your generally the date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them two.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Ellison saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you Chris got locked back up, and he made the news last night. And he says, I seen it when it happened, that shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, investigator, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Eppinger shot Officer David Rogers, and he was arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that means that's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says, yesterday, and she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't shorty a rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be, ain't him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. F all the other shit we worried about. It's nothing but business. Go ahead. Is this?
The person.
Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under RICO and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that also using some coded language as well?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this text message?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are going to get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's going to be able to vouch for it and say, no, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Ms. Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adams in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around and do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Allison and Adams, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him.
And go ahead.
And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. Oh, it's a follow-up. So, yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. It says, my name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message that you saw in the JPay system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message that was in the JPay system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few moments ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that information on to Myrick?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what had happened in the payment and things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your understanding that's a confirmation of the stabbing?
Correct.
And what day did the stabbing occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adams' phone?
There is.
Okay. If you can give the general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is this the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right. What is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based on that, was that how you were determining that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls for him seeking payment for what he done?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, Your Honor, may that be?
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10, 2022, just go through what that conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, do you need the bros to verify? He said that's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway.
And for you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about does it need to be verified to secure payment. And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing that just happened?
Correct.
All right. And when you say not talking on the phone, for that, not talking on the jail phones?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here, them just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me, 3-5, and he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo. The other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure. Like, did he put him down? And he says, are you for sure, Simon? He says, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy, typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Go and get it done. For sure, slat, I'm out here, hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there. To the yo, you know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, slat.
Miss Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so I
All
put it right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, we go to lunch. So what is this still on the February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And then does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation, understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bruh, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content of these text messages?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion to strike, move to strike.
Can I lay some found?
You can try.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019 at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation or listening to jail calls that individual YSL would try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say his name, say a different name?
Correct.
Right. And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine, it is of your expert opinion, that this could be potentially could be talking about Mr. Williams?
Well, objection to leading, and it's also a misstatement of what was said initially. Since, in her opinion, it's Mr. Williams, and
All right.
it could be Mr. Williams.
I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I originally said somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role, so that's who is in the highest leadership role. So.
All right. Yeah, I think this would be a good time.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please. Just stay where you are for a minute. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch? Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's nothing to take up, but I printed and was going to bring to defense counsel in the court two cases the state wanted to provide counsel report for issues that may come up during this testimony.
Thanks. All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, investigative reason, when we left off, we talked about the February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department, when you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we'd help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and they say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? We might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. I'm not sure if you guys have heard NIBIN leads the ballistics testing. When shell casings match, we might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crimes?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was.
Okay, who was the victim?
A gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Crew Street?
Yes.
Is Crew Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Crew Street?
What, can you define?
Do you know, is it a store, is it a house, is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yeah. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes to refresh my
Do
recollection?
you have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And as soon as we get that, we're looking at that help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and then look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YSL Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present. He'd been seen at the location, yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there, yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location, yes.
Yeah, okay. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
YSL area.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood, yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to
refresh
refresh real
your
quick. There's
memory?
several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the instance that we just referred to, outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Bellegarde Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson, was defaced.
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffery Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that, did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as stated in 429 BV. Tell me if you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is an accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
And does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
Okay. All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it, and it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
Okay. And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020 there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. It could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload, so I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working, and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Okay. What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media accounts did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Right. Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No. Nope.
Was Mr. Mender the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things, so it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone, so I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020, or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media account?
Yes.
All right. Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Mender's, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably, of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team?
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
I'm going to object to your saying also, maybe.
You may.
May I continue, Your Honor? Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of it. Can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened?
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a twofold.
All right, let me ask you this. 411 Parkway Drive, are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the 4th Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydrekus Glass.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydrekus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60s Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Because association would just say, like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tanquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we'd classify him as an associate, but I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
Sorry. On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that any, where is 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that There was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell casings found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell casings found at the incident at 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those two incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing Drop a Op and We Celebrate.
And how soon after?
I'm going to object to the answer to the pronoun they. Last clarification.
Okay. Is that what the post said?
I believe that, if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe 2 people in the scene, and one of the 2 YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, Drop Op and We Celebrate, while they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you, being a part of this unit, found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Right. Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Right. Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Deamonte Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you decide to apply for a wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure or be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Sumlin's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
Okay. And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday, you listen for 2 minutes, and if at the 2-minute mark there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back, the recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrants, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around there, like the 10th, maybe years, somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days, so I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both, so we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now, I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you say it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6TT. Would that help refresh your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed?
Yes.
Okay. When was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11, 2022. Did you become aware of a shooting on I-75-85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as a part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, were there any, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock p.m.?
PM. I think the call for service came in around 9:47
And where is 12 Atlanta?
in Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself, the convenience store, was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented, not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
Okay. And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with Investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
A gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 and Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day.
Why were you looking at social media?
Just in conjunction with the wire, we were always monitoring what was going on, just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Chamel drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence.
And Your Honor, just confirming I'm continuing the objection, correct?
Yes. Permission to publish. Now, showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
Okay. And were you familiar with Shell Kel?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Kel?
From past investigations involving both of these groups.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Steve-O, which I know to be Steven Johnson.
Okay. And I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kel's Instagram handle?
It's Shell Kel _ Nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BV. 44 Steve-O, what's his given name?
Steven Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFNFat14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now, I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And when and let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
All right. And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said around 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court $10 for 1 moment. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think he goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Did you speak with Mr. Jackson and Mr. Stillwell that evening?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Okay. Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was that?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked, and there was one closest to the street, and there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? Or you were investigator Flores take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with an individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigator Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Of Samel Drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
All right. You said this was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
Okay. And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know not much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with them, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. A name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but...
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
Oh, yes, when I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember, but I don't think we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
Your Honor, permission to approach. You.
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few. No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to the search there.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
When you were at the house on March 16, 2022.
yes?
When you went on March 17, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm going to overrule that. Go ahead. You can answer.
Are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
It's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems inside?
Calls for speculation based on the prior testimony.
Did
You're talking about the interior?
Yes. When you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you go inside the house?
But if with the front door open, you could see from the front yard there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back. When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front. The door was open, yes. I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Packer video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, the need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because you might get to the end of an investigation and something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
All right. And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
No, approach the witness, I'm sorry. going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
These are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell_Kel_Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white T-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area or where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN criminal street gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell Kel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Big Ford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 VV?
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, What Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffery Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffery Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savager, Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
All right. Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
All right. It's going to be 4. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 VV, then 452 to 453 VV, and then 463 VV. Take a moment and look at those.
Okay.
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
447 to 50. Say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
then 452 VV through 453 VV, and then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right, thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I did get it wrong, so those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV, is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next, 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with a gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
Okay. And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next, 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged heart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
Okay. And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandaged heart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last, 463 VV.
That's, again, a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you, again, listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
Okay. And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing Goddamn Big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck Boo at? Oh, sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at, and then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit. And Boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I want to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Garlington? Or the last 4 digits?
I can't. I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think, 8711, and I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
All right. And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
All right. And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
2 are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death, and 1 is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed, again, in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Amen.
Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gang investor, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford.
Okay. And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that up, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th, around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at Facebook 457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG_Big Nick_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what, if any, significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him, just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled Slime and Chalk, which is referring to, like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature, where he's posting this kind of, just making sure everybody saw it.
And when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago, so if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It would post at 11:20 p.m. that day, following the murders, so it means that it was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say, we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common among gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey_Hurst24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here today, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself? Or
No, not
the profile picture.
The profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that. Now, I want to go back to the YSL call. Permission to publish.
You may.
For the record, again, it's going to be 27 seconds and 3:38 seconds.
Christian, ain't it?
Yeah, man.
That was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that's why I got that. I'm like, man, that's just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Well, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more though, this.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that just got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had and died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard
But
he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had and got down told me what happened to him. He had them DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like it came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas all I rent them folk, man. You know, on phone been going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I rent?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little hitchman shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on phone B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it, nigga.
Yeah. That's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went to LaCour, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga they go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night, saying to put his clothes on.
I knew their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car. But they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like maybe by 7, 8 or something. I'm like, damn, that way it was.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know that, man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
You know, I said, them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man.
Yeah,
it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we started playing at 3:37. I want to ask you a few questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Deamonte Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Deamonte Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that we talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what is one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from LaCora. Are you familiar with LaCora?
I am.
Okay. What is LaCora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
Okay. And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at LaCora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier, that if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
Okay. In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said?
Watt, W-O-T.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, just got up.
Hey, anybody asked, we went and looked like soon in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for that motherfucker. We couldn't find it.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, where you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
What you finna get up?
Huh?
What you finna get into?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what you at?
Someone told me he gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think to my meet him, Rodlow. I said, man, Rodlow ain't getting no coat, man.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga I don't got down no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We want to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
That would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking?
Yes.
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone?
It sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how's he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
All right. Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end of the call.
Yeah, for real now, right?
Bro, D, is you sad about Matt Payne for real?
Man, on DB on Saturday here, bro. That's why I just had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, D, okay? I said, I text. I ain't want to call him. He said, yeah, he ain't answer. I called him.
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know D was sad about that.
Hell yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit, too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We already did.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro, I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
Dead,
But
boy, you better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think it's shit the game I'm out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like all the type of trying. They got money on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, dude.
I just got into a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot. I don't know. On the day, it was the car. The day on Cleveland. It was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
D, you need to,
Yeah. Yeah, you right, bro. Yeah. That how them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from Pico. I would have home. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I didn't talk to phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello? What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or a name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue, and you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
I think they died like right there on the scene with Matt Main. He was in critical condition, probably like for a few hours. He hadn't got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, yeah, bro.
Cold summer, boy.
Oh God, I don't know. They said nigga killed or murdered. Just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song. They sent me that. I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. And got some more niggas claim that shit. They don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
PLK, the nigga who claimed.
We're going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Deamonte Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
Okay. And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kel Omerta?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. from 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's him?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh, shit, I just got a phone with you, baby.
What you talking
Huh?
What you talking about?
Oh, shit, I was just, he was asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one makes sense?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell the kid. I'm gonna tell the kid. I don't want to, on these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you
sense.
ain't gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I told him.
I just wanna know.
Yeah. I already know. I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her what they said. What the streets saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
Speak on what you saying. Did you wait?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now. The nigga who claiming it, the nigga who out on Instagram claiming it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one out there with 21 now. Little Chip had an all black party. I had that one out there. But I'm walking out, seeing funk at the door. I'm like, shit, what's going on? That shit, well, you know what we on. I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garnson was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
Okay. And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
For your trial. For this trial. All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay. I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's repetitive.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
May.
We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And are Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
Fortrite_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was, the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m., but the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And
March 9th.
And is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real, like it's.
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted so around 6:48 p.m.
Okay. And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted from the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Objection, Your Honor. It's called speculation. Could be interpreted.
Okay. Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
Because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. Tell me if you recognize 460 VV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 460 VV.
Admit it. May.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the #NoLove_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you could,
Sure. Right here, you'll see, this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts, or Shell Kel.
And did ShellCal_NutLife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now, there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya, and he tags Shellcal Nutlife and Summerhill Lil Man, hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird, or the eagle, or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with ya, exclamation 100 at Shellcal Nutlife at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post, or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
Okay. And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts had been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that?
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior, so 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now, I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
So, hey, all right, anybody need a break? No, y'all are soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes, Yolanda. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And Did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Okay. Now, when you listened to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No.
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out and you won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what the hell y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on the video. Call it. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime?
I'm going to object to leading.
What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is calling on is FaceTime significant? As
It
a
is.
gang investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime?
I do.
And whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded? On telephone laws, are FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records?
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right, it should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car associated with Mr. Carmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Deamonte Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
We can.
You may. What did y'all sort out? Anything?
You know, I think it's odd, but we're back around. Yeah. I'm going to try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right, well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know that.
You're just like putting two and two together on the.
That's fine. I'll clear it
I
up
think
on cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready?
Yes, and are we going? You said it was late.
No. Not like. I mean, like. Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So we should have done tomorrow.
I understand the reason why, especially given some things that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates. All right, let's just get the jury back in.
How much? What time did you say today? No, I think the judge is still contemplating. I think judge. based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Deamonte Garlington?
Yes.
As well as Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation with my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7-something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does the caption say?
We got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Deamonte Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you 472 VV, 473 VV, and I'll just start. 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Okay.
And we'll start 461 VV. Is that, again, Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he...
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointers?
Oh, yes, sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. There's one, he puts 2 under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after, he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the 2 shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what, is that a picture of a tattoo?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that.
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you start seeing the nut life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now looking at is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Kelvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the 2 emojis or the 2 shells on there?
Yes.
Now, you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the 2 teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Okay. Now, when you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
We're going to start with March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, Quentin does because you got kicked out of Zoom for a moment. as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from the Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
Okay. And while listening to his jail calls, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located? Yeah.
Yes.
Where did you retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish the March 16th call.
All right.
Hey, where the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, ain't like no little back cut. I don't know. Where they at? I think they in the front. Man, they gotta goddamn get through their back. They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was my house. Shut up, open the door.
In listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Garza was speaking with?
I believe you speak with Mr. Stillwell.
And do you know what time the police responded to 2830 Waters Road on March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
Oh, you good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone? Yeah, yeah, I'm about to drop miles off.
Tell my boys all love, boy. I couldn't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh yeah, yeah. He just ran in the store real quick.
Yo, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, wet, man. When I seen it, when I seen V, I just
Man, what? Man, that whole just man, boy. Listen, boy. I just said to myself, boy. Man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you heard when they said, "Man, Miss V, are you Miss V?"
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell call you?
Yes.
In, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care about having no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit. What? Somebody really think I'm like him, man. I'm like,
What's so
I'm
crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. I actually was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get a run like him. Man, I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga to right street with their money like that. Man, let me go and spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm
Fuck
listen,
up.
hey, that's on DV. I'm in there like, but I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get a lawyer then. I'm like, man. Well, I'm in that beat like, man. Damn.
Bro, you wouldn't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, oh God, boy. And the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit. What? That was God, boy.
Man, what?
That was God. Yeah. He said it's all Lord. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. Good. What, that way? Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I made though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I gotta go.
Oh yeah. Hope got down blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
I ain't man. She blowed my shit up.
You said Shannon okay, Miles? Hold on, this was too.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I'm like, I seen her. You walked past me first. I'm like, well, I know for a fact that's you.
Man, what? You knew who she was coming to then.
She say all that said the same shit though. She like, so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling them my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal, them smart. I know they saw them folk got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't even believe. I'm trying to find out the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught because this dumbass nigga once his legs showing. He thinks somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, listen, man, I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes, top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit.
Oh, God, I said the same shit.
Oh, God, well, I sat outside 3 minutes, popping. Them motherfucker went to popping, so shit. I went to the goddamn ducking and running. They told me, so why you ain't... They told me, so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. They told me, so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit, I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God, they like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let's do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep. I kick when they tell me that, I kick back. Don't goddamn go out.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You know what they can't get the video from Nick camera footage.
Hell nah.
Yeah. Okay,
man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, Brett. I'm telling Brett, like, we good, boy. They proud.
Where y'all was at? You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, you outside. We heard them get their ass. They like, hey, move. He like, hey, my dumb ass, I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? Bro, I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they at though. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like that, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I asked everybody what the cut was. They said they ain't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so this is about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, yeah, man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? Man, I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, boy. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my FN out the car. Why 12 right there? And got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna text you now. Yeah, man. Folks blowing up air. She called too.
Sure. How she get she get that though?
I don't know. Cause, you know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DMing like, is you okay? So goddamn, y'all blowing me up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Poke.
Yeah, Poke. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, here, bro. Man.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know why the fuck I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull off, AB, pull off.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo, Elmo fuck with them folk.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the expressway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Cause my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new runner. Them motherfuckers just got in the run. And my hoe coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So, come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Don't even know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, do you folks ain't knowing these cars? That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody had get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except me and D, boy.
Oh, man, on God.
I'm like to him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
who were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Was there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Okay. Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, "I'm on drill time"?
Yes.
Have you heard that term, drill time, before?
Yes.
How have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
Yes.
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Deamonte Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
So,
I mean, there was all kind of shit going on. I just jumped in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
yeah, yeah,
It's supposed to be getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you.
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So, Andy, you need to be on the damn air, so. What the hell
What
you
it?
at? What's up with
We right here. We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ride past around the sea.
I'm finna go get a, I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up.
Try to get it filled up for Mike, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, all right, I'm finna let you know what's going on.
I just, I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga,
Get back turn.
you say, I was gonna jump in with y'all, nigga.
All right. That's what I'm saying. Call when you're done.
All right, I'm gonna get the fill up now.
All right.
Now, did you hear when Mr. Garza says that he was riding past just trying to see?
I did.
And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to remember if the wiretap picked up location data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
And I want to briefly go back to the call we just heard from the early morning hours of March 16th. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss having an FN and a stick?
Yes.
And an FN, is that a type of handgun?
It is.
And the stick, is that, again, similar to what we talked about, a long gun?
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Mr. Shannon Jackson on March 17th or anything that was found in the area of where that arrest took place? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found on Meadowlark Road, and one in the middle of the street and one in the grassy area of Meadowlark Lane?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during the arrest.
And as a part of your work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipt for one of those FN weapons?
I was.
And what did you do in order to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop located in Clayton County.
Talking to your mic.
Oh, sorry. There's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the purchaser of that FN firearm?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander, or current girl. I don't know.
Now, I want to publish. Your Honor, this could be a good place to stop.
Okay. Let's stop for the day. So we'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good weekend. Remember not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, it. Same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you.
All right.
as we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney workday, but court will not be in session.
Your Honor, before we break, and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigator Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state as she is now on the stand.
Yep. You're so instructed. Okay, anything else? No? Okay. All right, y'all, the courtroom should be open for y'all to get in to be able to work with the evidence, work on sorting out the evidence by 9 tomorrow. I will be available, but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. So just if you need to reach the court for anything, just email Ms. Pursfield, as you always do.
Are you okay if we come at 10 o'clock instead of the normal 8:30, 9 o'clock start?
It definitely didn't have to be 8:30. I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's not going to be anybody else. The courtroom's not going to be open. So it probably would be nice for the deputies to know when it is they should have it available.
Well, we're always here, so we'll defer to them.
Yeah, if it's okay with the court, my preference would be to get here at 10 o'clock tomorrow just because I have a school event.
10's fine. 10 o'clock. So,
See, we got ESPN.
There you go.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
but I'll be here by the time they get here. As far as, well, this doesn't need to be on the record.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we need to discuss anything else.
Your Honor.
We're adjourned.
Wait, I'm sorry. Before we go on.
Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought y'all might want a day out of court, but.
You would like to be here.
Okay, fine.
There we go.
All right, well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session.